Hello, hello. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. How are you cozy cuties doing on this beautiful, beautiful day? During the pre-roll there, Mad Math Magician, thanks so much for a full year of support. And Ingol, thank you so much for 4 months. How y'all doing? Hey there, Hero, Zatanna Okami, Bailey, Cupidatus, Ivy Blade, Demoid, Oniromania, Prankster, FBI's Most Unwanted, 42 and 6. Wait, isn't that just 48? Percy Paxson, Happy Holly. That one's in, Ogre. Let's go. I'm excited for some Spire runs today. We've got Silent on docket. We had a glorious, glorious Ironclad run. Searing Blow +8. Corruption, double Dark Embrace, double Feel No Pain. Chrysalis, double Panache. Things got very silly. Because we saved 2,000 plus gold with the membership card. Oh yeah, that happened. This was a very, very silly run. Holy moly. Hard not to giggle just looking at this run history, actually. This is definitely a must highlight. Holy moly, this was stupid. But that's what happens when your first relic is Snecko-Eye. You get the really stupid runs. And I think March has been an excellent YouTube highlight month, in part because of the enforced boss swaps. They either lead to the very short runs, or they lead to the runs that go really, really, really silly and are very fun. How/why did Searing Blow end with only +8? We simply weren't able to upgrade it that many times. The pathing was pretty restrictive with only 3 fires each in Act 2 and 3. We ended up resting one time. At some point here, yeah, floor 25, we rested because we had 3 elites ahead of us. Of course, then we did 11 damage Slavers, 0 damage Book of Stabbing, 0 damage Taskmaster, 6 damage Bronze Automaton, so it definitely could have been +9. But we didn't need it to be +9 because we were able to play that one copy of Searing Blow like 8 times in the same turn. For absolute complete shenanigans, because we banked up energy with Ice Cream. And then Corruption Dark Embrace. And then Searing Blow gets played repeatedly. I haven't done a huge numerical crunch for boss swaps compared to normal runs. Something that we're going to be able to do, I am easily able to consolidate all of the run histories from the runs we're doing. So something that we'll easily be able to do at the end of this challenge is compare the data set of all of the runs, all 400 wins plus however many losses it took to get there. And that can be available for anybody to do aggregate kind of analysis on. We can take a look at some of the broader patterns ourselves too. Something I'd like to know is which enemy, for example, killed me the most during this challenge. So there's a March method to the March Madness. Oh yeah, I also want to while we're here at the start of stream, I do want to double check our death counts to make sure that they're accurate. So looking at losses with Ironclad, we have apparently only 9. 1, 2, 3, Holy crap. I haven't lost since February 10th? What? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And yes, this one was then before the year. So 9 losses for the Ironclad. Wow. Silent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 19? 1. Yeah, actually only 19. Or 19, which is one more than the total count that is had. That's what I got, 19. Right, we can also look at them this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 19. Oh, wait, this 12-9. Yeah, that's not... You're right, that run doesn't count. I don't know why I repeatedly looked at the 12 run. The month is 12. Repeatedly looked at this run. Was like, that's definitely part of 2022. Yep, no. Okay, yes, 18. 18, never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the 9s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 21 for the defect. I thought we might be missing one. And the Watcher's pretty short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The Watcher's at 11. Defect is at 21, where we're missing 2 in the total count. Glad we double checked. Traps, thank you so much for the 22 months. Hope you enjoy your morning Spire. Yeah, so far our format has been repeatedly play the same class until we win, and then move on. That means we have equal numbers of wins with everybody, but different numbers of losses. I've been enjoying it. It means we get... So far it means we played mostly Defect and Silent, which I also enjoy. 2 of my favorite characters. At least in my top 4. Okay. Shall we slay the Spire? Greetings, Jews. Well, it's still March, so clicky clicky. Get a Philosopher's Stone, meaning that Hexaghost is 1 point of strength. Terrifying. Also, the elite placement this act is terrifying too. What the heck do you do here? So we've got spicy elites here, here, and here. I think the only gentle path is going to be going through this rest site. But is that even vaguely good enough to let us through to later? See. Oh, there's actually a pretty gentle path. Now that I look at it here. We get rest site, chest, then the first elite, and there's still a second elite to fight. So this path here is the I'm kind of terrified of everything path. I guess that has to go through a shop, which is fine by me. Option for that green one. So there's our easier path through the act. We still get a couple of relics after gearing up pretty nicely. And I think on Silent, it's very difficult to be ready for an elite here or here. Although on 4 energy, we might be able to make it happen. So let's mark then think our challenge path, if we want to really test ourselves, then we follow this path in red. That gets 3 elites. 1, 2, 3. But the first 2 are very early on. You can also do 3 elites by opting into this elite. And I like that because we're not committing nearly as early. And we also have the shop to prepare. So I'm very strongly incentivized, I think, to start on the green path here. And what I like about this map marks mod that we're using, as soon as I click on the starting node of the green path, because we can no longer go to the red path, it's been immediately wiped from the map. Although I can mouse over the legend to see what I marked it still. That's kind of cool. That's very cool indeed. Stinky Jawworm. What happens if you draw all of your blocks against the Stinky Jawworm at the wrong time? Agony and suffering, that's what. Definitely going to struggle with the bonus strength that enemies have. As our blocks are not quite enough to cleanly prevent the damage. Ooh. Getting through that fight only barely. Glad that Jawworm didn't have one more hit point. A slice, a leg sweep, or a backflip. Now that's an interesting set of choices. I have to say, on higher energy, I'm a really big fan of backflip. But leg sweep is a really good, dense block in the short term and will also be spectacular, helping us deal with the additional strength all these enemies have. Jackster, thank you so much for 17 months, and Karogzar, thank you so much for 32. The Sorcerer's Stone, that's right. I don't think I'm ever taking Slice with 4 base energy. It's a tough choice for me, personally. With Leg Sweep, I don't feel like we need the card draw as much, but what exactly does Backflip draw into? We're going to pick those up in the next few card rewards, but anything other than burns or even just getting the burns done is a partial answer to that. We just want to see more cards, get more stuff in hand so that we can find something useful to spend our energy on, whether it's more block for the turn or a strike that we didn't draw initially. But I think I'm going to try this leg sweep. I think that'll also fare better in our elite fights. Particularly the Gremlin Knob and Lagavulin. We're going to be very grateful to have leg sweep over backflip for surezies. Enjoy your weekend, nerd. Pretty comfortable fight on 4 energy, actually. Interesting how you notice the lack of bag of preparation more for some fights than for others. Beautiful. We get an attack potion, that's pretty useful. Ooh. And more weaken available via Crippling Cloud if we want to take our first poison card, and with Hexaghost looming, poison is a pretty good way to get the damage done. Cripple that cloud. I think it's gotta be. And then prior to the shop, do I take an event or another combat? Combat is guaranteed money and another card reward and maybe a potion. Event could be lots of money. Tough choice. We'll take this Crippling Cloud. Yeah, where's Paper Crane when you need it? Let's go with one event here. 2 random upgrades for 20 health. I'll take the trade. What do you got? Leg Sweep plus, Defend plus. Now we are the blockiest. Good. Very good. Clockwork Souvenirs here. More weaken here. Available via Sucker Punch. We had enough money for the bronze scales. I might strongly consider that to give us more edge against Hexaghost, but I'm pretty happy with simply removing a card here. Because of our highly advanced defense, I might actually remove a defend. Keep 5 strikes for now. Could take Dagger Spray as a damage option. We could pick up a potion here. Unfortunately, we don't have quite enough for card remove plus potion, because we didn't take the combat. But now we have upgrades, so that's nice. I think those upgrades mean we won't be going for the Burning Elite. We'll probably be going here. Might rest at one of these rest sites even, although it's a Hexaghost act, so you never know. Flick, thank you so much for 25 months of support. 48 gold, enough for the Sucker Punch or nothing. And with this much weaken already in the deck, Sucker Punch ain't it. Behold the Enweakening. 19 block. Go. Now. Block cards? Hello? Beat skills, thank you so much for 2 months of support. Okay, we do get a second potion, and I like an all-out attack as our area damage option. Could go with the Dagger Spray if we wanted less damage but without the random discard attached. And I would tell you, that's a valid choice to make. Exclamation point map has our map mod for you. Mod called Map Marks, which is not on the Steam Workshop, available via that GitHub link if you'd like to try it yourself. But the idea is you can draw on the map, you can mark your own map with node highlighting and a few other features. Use it as a way to communicate to the stream what's going to happen. And I've liked it so far quite a lot. Kind of lets me make some sort of in-game notes on how the run's going and what to do. Definitely going to start by upgrading this poison card. We might end up resting here. Partially depends on how this goes. So far, so good. Give me leg sweep next turn and we can talk. Thank you. You are now weak forever. 16. But I could do 22 and you take 6. Guess what? That equals 28. As usual. Only I had a +1. Skewer is a pretty good attack card on 4 energy, especially with an upgrade. Skewer would be a really potent additional bit of oompage to let us spear our way through the act. Only problem is I can't get it upgraded for these elite fights. Because there's this actually like Skewer a lot on Defect. I mean, Defect does love X-Cost cards in general. But take it that's not what you were trying to say? Skewer's a great card with energy of any sort. Silent in particular loves going to 5 or even 6 energy, since she has so much access to draw in her card pool. Okay, we're definitely not fighting the Burning Elite. That is certainly not happening here. I'm sleeping. Oh, definitely could have upgraded Skewer. Now we have a fossilized Helix, preventing the first time we would take damage each combat. That is going to be a beautiful thing. Especially if I can block the knobs turn 2 attack. To provide immunity. Yes, we can. To provide immunity to ourselves. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone! To provide immunity to the attack on turn 3 here with the buffer. Here's where upgraded Skewer would be the thing. May have to attack potion next turn. This turn's going to be Crippling Cloud plus Skewer. Buffer prevents damage. We redraw the Skewer. It does 28 damage. 28 plus 6 equals exactly 34. So we exactly don't have to use our attack potion. And now we're rich. And I would, if that knob had one more hit point, I would have been very sad about not upgrading Skewer. Let's just say that. Still am, but life's good now. Do we want any of these cards? No, not on 4 energy we don't. These are all cost-efficient, zero-cost cards. But not what we're looking to do. Not without any more card draw. Or if we ever go to the shop now. Now, we need more card rewards. We're still not beating Hexaghost. We need poison. Crippling Cloud alone won't be enough because we can't play it multiple times. BM service, what happens when Socrates makes a terrible joke? Philosophers groan. Hey, there's the poison we wanted. Alright. All is well. No good names remain. Thank you so much for 16 months of support. I guess because I have Bouncing Flask, I don't need the Liquid Bronze for Hexaghost, so that's fine. Probably. It's 17 damage? Good lord. These lice are relentless. Help! Get him. Very happy in this moment for having an all-out attack. We might want to upgrade that going in Act 2. Guess we have Crippling Cloud to help out as well. Bane, Infinite Blades, Bullet Time. Bane could be nice as an additional damage option. It really needs an upgrade though, and I don't have an upgrade to give to it. Rather just upgrade the Skewer. That means I'm skipping all of these. I'll take a Swift Potion over the Gambler's Brew at the moment. Because we don't have the extra draw on turn 1. It's pretty hard to get more than draw 3 out of a Gambler's Brew anyway. And we definitely have what it takes to fight an extra elite here. We'll be upgrading Bouncing Flask before Hexaghost, probably. Oh! A heal or a removal cleric. How nice. Almost tempted to take the heal. Probably should just take this opportunity to lose one of our 5 strikes. Yeah, let's just remove one of the strikes. We're rich after all. Thank you, Cleric, for the card removal. We stare down the laggy Vulin. This egg will sleep for up to 3 turns, which means we should start the fight by poisoning the heck out of them with Bouncing Flask. Hopefully we can do like Leg Sweep Defend next turn. I'm not going to be able to Crippling Cloud Leg Sweep without losing the Fossilized Helix. So we may have to let Crippling Cloud go here. Oh, or I don't draw the Leg Sweep, which means I play Crippling Cloud on this turn. And yeah, I figured. Could have also used the Swift Potion, perhaps, to mitigate that situation, but I like how we ended up, because now we're not taking any damage on this turn, and we might kill before the next attack arrives. I think we do. Yeah. So, no need for the potions. Good. Flippity blappity. Now we have more energy on turn 1. That could be useful with Skewer especially. We also have now another chance at a backflip, and it's looking a lot better than it did a moment ago as the starting deck gets smaller. Now we have cards we're actually trying to draw into. Bouncing Flask, Alt Attack. I like it a lot more now. Welcome. Especially if we go with 5 energy after the Act Boss. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a Hexaghost. Try not to glow. Maybe I do want to upgrade Skewer or All Attack. I think we'll be fine against Hexaghost with just 1 Bouncing Flask and the upgraded Crippling Cloud. And that Skewer is going to help us a lot in the early parts of Act 2. I'm thinking against... Well, actually, the Bouncing Flask upgrade is probably better for Spheric Guardian. But I'm thinking stuff like Chosen's, Spheric Guardian, Birds, I guess, technically. Definitely don't want to play Bouncing Flask against the Birds. Snake Plant is probably better to upgrade Backflip, actually. Bouncing Flask is better against Snake Plant overall. I'm gonna trust my instinct here, which is telling me to upgrade this Skewer. Let's see how this goes. I'm also tempted to draw Potion right now. Got a lot of non-useful things that I'd like to either apply Weaken or do some more damage this turn. But maybe that's better off used next turn to try to get Lake Sweep or something. We're going to be looking at a lot of damage headed our way. We have exactly 36 health, and Hexaghost has 1 point of strength, so 5 times 6 is what we're going to be attacked for. That's pretty spooky. Yeah, that's going to be my Swift Potion. And we did get Lake Sweep. Oh, good. That looks a lot more manageable now, doesn't it? So, do I preserve the buffer, or do I play this Crippling Cloud? Feels to me like this Crippling Cloud really ought to get played sooner rather than later, and it feels to me like the buffer won't be that much use on later turns anyway. So let's get the Cloud played. Lose our buffer to this 18 damage attack. Well, actually only blocked for 1 there. And that's okay. Now we just need to make sure we play Bouncing Flask every single time we draw it, and we have to really try not to draw Bouncing Flask in this particular style. On the bottom of the deck. But that's where the Skewer is going to come in. It looks like we're going to be fine. That's gonna hurt. These card draws are really trying to kill me. Thankfully, we had a lot of health. Goodbye, Hexaghost. GG. Ooh, fun choices here. Alchemize, Envenom, Afterimage. Huh. I like Alchemize quite a bit to help us keep our potions up. Envenom could help with poison scaling. Envenom Skewer is particularly interesting to me. But Envenom is generally a pretty slow power, so I'm not thrilled with it. After image, 1 block per card. Definitely better with our high energy count, but a lot of our cards are very dense. We don't actually play very many cards per turn. I'll take an Alchemize then. It also lets me pick up maybe a Sacred Bark here. I was wondering if we'd see Velvet Choker. Actually not the world's worst Ectoplasm, given that we already have so much money, and that we cannot find old coin in the future. We didn't find the Golden Idol in Act 1. That's a pretty reasonable Ectoplasm. However, I think this is also a somewhat reasonable Velvet Choker. Though 5 energy per turn limited to 6 cards can be pretty tough, and it does impede some of our ways to scale from here. Or we could take the Calling Bell, 3 additional relics right now, 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare, if we're willing to take an extra curse. Ian Maya says, Ecto before Act 2 is really, really bad. I generally speaking agree, but did you know that Ectoplasm can only appear before Act 2? This is the one and only boss relic that is Act restricted. You'll never see Ectoplasm appear after the Act 2 boss. So this is the only time you'll ever be offered it. Or you get it from Niao in a boss swap, and that's even worse. Why? Because screw you, that's why, apparently. I don't know why. Because I guess it would be too easy if you could get it after the Act 2 boss. But it's interesting that other similarly punishing penalties are not restricted. Like, you can get Curse Key after the Act 2 boss, and that's about the same as Ectoplasm in my eyes. For one, I'm going to take this Calling Bell. We want more card draw. Well, we would like more energy too, actually. A whole lot. But I'm gonna trust in randomness here to give me something pretty useful, and I like that quite a bit. We get the Boot, which is, well, beautiful. Eternal Feather automatically heals us at rest sites, and the Captain's Boat thingy gives us block on the very crucial turn 3, which is very important in this act. Overall, I like it. Oh, I also see a path I rather adore here. Look at these shop arrangement here. There's 1 path. I mean, we have 466 gold. So the options are go to shop or not go to shop. I don't like those odds. So I could technically go through this fight. And then we go this elite, and there's a second shop here. Something like that. I guess we could also start this way if we don't want to go to 3 shops, only 2. And with 4 events beforehand, this could be, well, who knows what. Good way to get cursed, though. If I want more elite relics, what would my path look like? The red challenge path. Let's call it whatever this is. Something like this. Although we can take more combats because we have Alchemize, don't forget. So we're allowed to use potions aggressively. That would hit 3 elites, but I don't have enough piercing wells for that. I do not feel like we're immensely capable of killing elites in Act 3. We're a lot better at the regular combats by virtue of the Captain's Wheel, but we're not exceptional at elites by any means. At the end of the act, we must fight the Bronze Automaton. Potentially, we can win that fight by using the Fossilized Helix to block Hyper Beam, but we'll have to perfectly block everything up to it. Sounds difficult with the Curse of the Bell, but not impossible if we can get some additional card draw and some card removes, which I think would require going to the multiple shops. That's the appeal to going 3 shops over 2, by the way, is if I go to 3 shops, I can potentially remove 3 strikes in this act, which would be a ridiculous improvement in our consistency. Almost impossible to draw a hand without block if we have no strikes left. I agree, problematic. Velvet Choker, not that punishing if you're building towards poison. But there's definitely some stuff that gets locked out for Velvet Choker, like the card Adrenaline, or Duplication Potions, or Power Potions, or a few other things that can be really helpful sometimes. The card Discovery, like there's so many random things. Burst. Burst, a very good example. Generally, you're not doing Blade Dance in your poison builds, but, you know, if we found a Kunai, I would want a Blade Dance, right? And if I took the Choker, that wouldn't be able to work. Rather curious how this would have gone with Ectoplasm. The only choice I'm having here now is, do I go to this store in addition to these two stores? I don't think so. I'm going to go to two. There might be one in here as well. So let's start here. It's birds first. Where's Crippling Cloud when you need it? Hello? Oh yeah, we also have Lantern, so like 6 energy on turn 1? It's a little ridiculous, don't you think? I have to Leg Sweep defend, so I guess I'm Bouncing Flasking over playing Alt Attack? Yikes. These guys are nasty. I am going to take the big damage. One by 6, 2 by 6, 3 by 6. Help! Ah! Disaster. Save me attack potion. That does technically do it. Thank you. Oh, the boots! Forgot about boot. Completely forgot about boot. Cool. Potion replenished. You're dead next turn. You're also dead next turn, so just kill this one. That went pretty well, actually, all things considered. That says plus on it, and it goes with what we're doing. So I'm going to take it. Welcome, Deadly Poison Plus. Happen upon a group of purple fire spirits. It's a free card remove. We choose to give up a rare card, our Alchemize. We could gain 10 max health, but I think I'm just going to get rid of an extra strike this act. That sounds great. Spirits seem to be ignoring you now. Greetings, Chosen One. Prepare to perish to my poisons. I'd like to be able to stall for the Alchemize, if possible. Yeah. The boot. There's that Blade Dance. Not going to take it, of course. Regen Potion is wonderful, because I can just heal with that. Keep the Energy Potion. Energy Potion's probably more damage than a Strength Potion is. Oh, man. Upgrade all strikes and defends, or remove yet another card. I think we just remove every strike in the deck this acts. And we have a beautiful, beautiful run from there. We're only upgrading essentially 3 defends by taking the upgrade option, which is good, but I think not as good as dunking all of these stinky strikes. There's the event we didn't want to see. But I'll just gain some max health, lose some current health, and we'll let the Eternal Feather help us get back to full here. Let's see, contemplating the all-out attack upgrade to help us with the elite fight here. Although Bouncing Flask is less likely to be useful in that fight. Yeah, let's upgrade all attack. I need to make sure that this is doing good damage when I play it. I also like upgrading backflip at this time. Oh my. There's a lot of stuff in this shop that is very good. Let's take a look at some of our options here. Quick Slash, pretty weak attack. Not doing a whole lot for us. Eviscerate, not very good without discard synergies. Another copy of Bouncing Flask could be a very good addition. Help get the poison online bigger and better. I think Malaise is excellent with our high base energy. We can sap the additional strength off of foes and reduce their power. And I think On Sale Well-Laid Plans is also incredible, allowing us to hold on to essential block or poison cards for the turn that we need them. I really like these two options. Of our relic choices, Duvudal is very notably 2 points of strength because we have both Curse of the Bell and Ascender's Bane, permanently unremovable curses. This would make all of our physical attacks do 2 more points of damage. That's a lot, actually. Regal Pillow giving us extra heals on rests feels less relevant with Eternal Feather, but not irrelevant. Dolly's Mirror could dupe something. That's pretty good with any of the upgraded cards. So Leg Sweep, Crippling Cloud, All Attack, Skewer, or Deadly Poison would be my choices. Probably Crippling Cloud. Although that's a lot of money to pay for a Crippling Cloud plus. Apotheosis could let us upgrade everything. And that feels pretty good, especially if I'm adding Well-Laid Plans and Malaise. Timoid asks, can you actually dupe the Bell Curse card? You can. You can also dupe Ascender's Bane. And we actually had a run, I think this month, where I did duplicate Ascender's Bane on purpose in order to gain 1 more strength from Duvudal. Is it ever Malaise and Mirror Malaise? If we were in Act 3 and I was staring down, like, Awakened 1 or Time Eater, I might consider it. Can't afford the doll and the mirror. Tragic. I'm definitely buying... Well, let me know that... Let's do the things I know I'm definitely buying, which is the Malaise, the Well-Laid Plans. Oh, and I can just barely do card remove Apotheosis. That's almost assuredly the win. That means I won't be able to afford a removal here, probably. Oh well. I guess that's fine. Yeah, welcome aboard Apotheosis. Mystic might attack me next turn, but I guess that's what Buffer is for. No, she goes for the double buff. Spooky. I was supposed to regen potion on turn 1 here. Foolish. Guess I'm keeping Survivor then. Nine strength? What? Terrifying. Please no. Unacceptable. Just completely terrifying. I'll be focusing my efforts on killing a Centurion first, as is the usual way. Mystic seems like she might be the target because she's healing them both, but she's healing herself just as much as the Centurion is, and the Centurion is also providing block to the Mystic, so the Mystic is the one who has more, you could call it EHP, effective hit points. As in, you have to do more damage output to kill the Mystic first than you have to do to kill the Centurion first. 26? Well, I can actually block that very easily. Go figure. Get him. This review says, of the 4 classes, which do I feel needs an energy boss relic going into Act 2? I can tell you it's not the defect. Silent and Ironclad both desperately crave one. Watcher can often get by without. Oh man, what a choice. Acro versus Doppelganger. 2 draw options that I really like here. Acrobatics is, of course, immediate draw 3, discard 1. Never a bad thing. But Doppelganger can be so much more. Especially with the upgrade from the Apotheosis. Oh, I know, right? Chemical X in this store? No, it's okay. We're going to get... Spin the wheel here. We're going to bet on noodles, and we're going to win. I'm taking this Doppelganger. Paper Crane. Oh, Paper Crane. Oh, actually, or Tori. You know what Tori does? Tori completely negates the additional strength that the heart has. Because it perfectly blocks the first, second, and with weaken the third multi-attack. It turns them into a 1/15. So this relic alone will primarily solve our problem with hearts, although we'll of course need to worry about other foes, and can help us with mitigating other things. Yeah, come on, Tungsten Rod to go with, please. Yes, please. Wireframe says, do I ever consider rarity when picking cards? Like, am I more likely to see a particular card later? I tend to think about, am I more likely to see the effect that the card is providing? So I'm not concerned with how likely am I to see an acrobatics. I'm concerned with how likely am I to see cards that say draw more cards on them. And ultimately, that was a choice between 2 cards that are essentially doing the same thing, which makes it a little bit more difficult to choose. But in that particular case, I don't think the rarity had a whole lot to do with it. The choice, that is. Interesting. Well, I definitely need to kill this angry gremlin. I think I'll hold the well-laid plans with the melees. If the gremlin leader attacks me... Sorry, I'll hold the melees with the well-laid plans. If the gremlin leader attacks me next turn, we can energy potion, melees for 8. And then whatever gremlin leader thought they were doing is not going to do anything. But our way to win this fight is by putting poison on Gremlin Leader whenever possible. So that's what we need to do. So if I'm at least for 4, you get a 2 points of strength. It's a base of 6 times 3, right? That'd be 8 down to 6. So energy potion and then 1 malaise gets me down to Tori range. Can I go energy potion, alchemize, malaise? That's my question. So if I malaise for 5, we bring it down to 7 times 3, we can down to 5 times 3. Yes. Then I only take 2 damage. So I'm going to energy potion, alchemize, malaise. Retain crippling cloud. Poison needs to go on the Gremlin Leader. You're dead next turn. I'm going to hold on to this Doppelganger. Again, you attack me. Scandalous. keep the Bouncing Flask to use on leader next turn, so we'll discard Doppelganger here. Take a bit. Now I use the Doppelganger. Keep the area damage card. Draw a ton, and have a ton of energy on this turn. Whee! Should look at that. Flippity, flappity, get there, boot. GG. Cool, that went pretty well, actually. And now we have a Shuriken to let us gain additional strength by virtue of playing lots of attacks. Definitely makes Skewer a bit better. What about a Die? Give us a little bit more area damage. Actually rather like that, given that we have no strikes left. This Cloak and Dagger is okay with Shuriken too, but I'm not as interested. This might go pretty badly, we'll see. Yeah. Actually, what if I just do this? Get out of here. Yeah, that's better than taking however much damage we were going to take there. Do I want to Caltrops? Not really. No, not really. Okay, we upgrade Apotheosis first, Well-Laid Plan second, I think Doppelganger third. These are all the cards that are likely to be seen before Apotheosis gets drawn. Can transform 2 cards, but I don't have 2 strikes left. Do we actually transform Neutralize because I have so much weaken that it's no longer relevant? I guess I could take Mutagenic Strength or Jax. Definitely don't want Jax. I'm going to transform 2. Strike and... Yeah, it's got Shuriken value. Alright, I'll transform 1 defense. We got another Skewer and a Heel Hook. Well, the Heel Hook will work really well. Actually, double Skewer with the Shuriken, also not terrible. Interesting. And an on-sale footwork. You'll love to see it. Welcome to my deck of cards. Beautiful. So ideal goal in this fight is keep buffer until the big thing occur. I need to get the poison started too. Perfect. So they're stealing the rarest cards in the draw pile. Currently Malaise, Die. Snecka Oil is interesting. That actually helps me draw towards the well-laid plans and the footwork more quickly, so I'm all on board for it. Get free block here to cover. So I get my powers in play. Let's kill the one with the Die first. That just makes sense to me. Now we can start retaining cards. Now the Ascender's Bane is gone. We're going to have a good time. I'm not quite sure that we can keep our buffer intact for this fight now. Pretty sure. Do backflip draws. Skewer. Guess we want to weaken the boss. Make that a 9x2, so we have to block for 27 here. Okay, we have it. Good. Let's just keep die, deadly poison for the moment. Now comes Hyper Beam. We might even be able to block it conventionally with our excellent dexterity. Yes, we can. Well, I suppose I will, or I could just deal some damage now, use the buffer, and block the rest of the fight normally. That sounds better. Get him, Helix. This deck has so much weakness. Ridiculous. Well, that was a very convincing victory. GG. Second Alchemize. A bullet time can make everything in hand free, or an unload can discard stuff. Honestly, not inclined to take any of this. I think one Alchemize is plenty. I have to say, yeah, of all the heal hooks I've ever had, this is one of the best, with Shuriken making it actually hit hard, and with so much weakness, guaranteeing practically that it works. I think I'll be skipping these. Would have liked to see a... I suppose I would have taken an after image at this point. I would have also taken an Envenom, truthfully. I would have taken a Adrenaline as well, of course. Is potion spam not worth it? Generally not. We're already at the point where we're able to beat most encounters without taking damage. What the Alchemize now becomes is a way to look at a bunch of potions so that we can... like, we're constantly discarding or using them and generating new ones until we find a couple of good ones that we can hold on to tackle our late game with. Probably Ghost in a Jar or Gambler's Brew, maybe. I'll take the Flex Potion over the Snecko Oil, I suppose. I'm not going to trust that Snecko Oil. Did somebody say Runic Pyramid? I guess I already have a Well-Laid Plans Plus. There's nothing to remove with Empty Cage. There's nothing to remove with Empty Cage? There's nothing to remove. Whereas if I take the Pyramid, I have something to remove. The Well-Laid Plans. Could also take Runic Dome for additional energy. Fearless Iron, thank you so much for 14 months of support. Really don't want to try to do Dome Buffer Tori. That sounds horrible. Like, I have to think about how my enemy damage interacts with both of these relics constantly, while being unable to see how much damage they're doing. I'll go with the Pyramid, thank you. Can't I remove Defends? I could, but I don't want to. They're good cards. I mean, I'd rather they all be backflips, but I don't have 3 backflips at the moment. If I had 3 backflips, I'd remove Defense. Have to go to the Burning Elite here. That is required. I'm liking Elite Heavy with Pyramid. We can make it work here. Yes, even Reptomancer. Guess we'll do it that way. And we have option to go this way also. I guess we'll mark this is the challenge path. This is the easy path. And then from there, I'm very likely to go this way. Get that one last elite. That's ultimately a 4 elite act if we go for these ones. Don't have enough money to merit going to a shop anyway, which is fine. But here we start. The Dorklings, they must all be dead. At the same time, in order for the fight to end. Let's see, 13 weakens to 9, right? So we can make this a 31. 14, 25. Yeah, we can full block. And then the Doppelganger allows us to really fill the hand up. Quite beautifully, actually. Pyramid also means we're automatically holding on to Curse of the Bell, which is a good thing, because it means we won't draw it more than one time. I think it also means our Shuriken is going to put in a lot more work. Double regen potion, alright. Now we do want to Blade Dance, right? Because we have Shuriken? First boss is Donudeka, so I might not even fight Time Eater? Yeah. I'll take a Blade Dance. I don't think we need more than one or two. But I'll definitely take a Blade Dance. Interesting that I can't use Malaise to activate the heal hook, at least on turn 1. Because... X cost. There's another backflip. I am definitely taking another backflip. Anything that gets me more cards in hand right now is very good. And anything that blocks is also pretty good. So, yes. The second backflip. Play the well-laid plans to get rid of it. We always have that option. But I'm likely to remove it in the future. Let's go. Gonna double for more energy here. Get rid of the skewer. Hypotonic, did you hear about the Silent who started using bad jokes to assault her enemies? Beware her deadly poison, lest you too perish before her. Get booted, sir. Is the Silent the Pyramid's strongest user? I suspect she might be. Silent and Pyramid do love one another. Very much. As so many of the Silent's cards are highly dependent on being played on the right turn, and particularly all of her defensive options. Silent getting the right number of block cards in the deck can be a real challenge. But with Runic Pyramid, you don't need as many block cards, because you can ensure that the ones that you have are always being used only on the turns you need them, and only in ways that are very efficient. This is especially true with stuff like Piercing Wail, where you're lowering an enemy's strength for one turn. Don't think I want Madnesses. Yeah, nice casual Catalyst. Catalyst is going to be enormous here, letting us triple the poison of the Bouncing Flask and really solving our late game damage question pretty decisively. These guys are really mean, but I'll fight them. I just have to be willing to use one or more or all of my potions to resolve the conundrum. Oh dear. Let's go alchemize. I better drink that. I'm just gonna take 17 here. Oh boy. Apotheosis, where are you? Good lord. Block Dude, thank you so much for 5 months of support. These two are no joke. They are absolutely tough cookies. Apotheosis, please. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna go footwork, malaise for one, doppelganger for one. That hurts me, but we'll be set up next turn. All-out attack to make room for Blade Dance? Let's see if that works. Actually, let's Crippling Cloud first. Makes the blocking manageable this turn, too. Okay, we did lose the Blade Dance to the all-out attack. I knew that would happen. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm completely okay with it. You're dead next turn. Unfortunately, draw 2 burns here. Life is okay. Alright, that wasn't too bad, and the payoff here is huge. The wing boots let us ignore the path when choosing the next room to travel to up to 3 different times. What does that actually let me do, you ask? Why, fight an additional elite at minimum. Although if it's only 1, that doesn't exactly much of a net gain, huh? Lets me visit more rest sites too, although I'm not as inspired by those. Am I okay against a Reptomancer? I guess that's the important question to ask. A double Orbwalker's fight was intimidating. Could also pop into a shop. That is a potential option. I'm going to start out with this gentleman here, the giant head. Looks like he's having a fine day. Don't want this poison to decay yet, actually. I'm just going to play nothing. Go. Put footwork down. We can get rid of the well-laid plans. I'm just gonna malaise for a bit. Really just want to draw that Bouncing Flask and that Catalyst shortly. Fortunately, the big attacks start next turn, but I can use the buffer on this turn if I wish. Oh my goodness. Well, heck. In that case, I guess she is. Please begin the slow process of dying. Thanks. deadly. Should have played these skewers, though. So eventually we're going to get overwhelmed here, unless we change our ways a little bit. So the damaging is increasing every turn, but our ability to block is not. Though I think if we just stall for another turn or two, we'll be able to win by timeout, so to speak. GG. Love to see more energy generated in this deck. We absolutely appreciate it. Fumes plus here to help with the poison. 3 poison per turn to all enemies. Also removes artifact layers. I really like that. Not a terrible Storm of Steel either, actually, letting us discard our entire Pyramid hand and turn them into shivs. But it's going to be a Fumes for me. Thank you. Back up to basically full health gives me some confidence here. A little concerned still about Reptomancer. Just don't fight Reptomancer. Easy. Guess I'll save Doppel for next turn, since we can't damage the Nemesis on the intangible turns. And I cannot reasonably block this anyway. So I'll just take it on the buffer. And we'll set up a sweet turn for next turn. Which might just be Malaise from -9 strength, actually. Get him. Not afraid of your burns. Nice attack, fool. Get him, boot. All the poison was on the bottom, by the way. Better not happen against Heart. Mango is beautiful. An additional 14 health to work with. Really like Blur for its ability to accumulate block for a future turn, but I could also see taking a finisher here. Although I think it's pretty bad with skewers. Let's take a Blur. Block is not removed at the start of your next turn. It's a beautiful thing. Time to fight our Burning Elite. Oh, shame about the Snecko Skull. Whenever you apply poison, apply one more. We have to take the blue key here in order to go to Act 4, but I wish we could take that skull. Here's the Reptomancer we feared, with Metallicize to boot. Ooh, hold Dynamite for next turn, maybe. No, I need to kill these daggers right now. From being in my hand anymore. Kill you. Keep one shiv. Okay, we didn't get attacked on this turn. That's very important. Still no Apotheosis, unfortunately. One dagger will have to live. There's Apotheosis. Maybe think we should hold that Apotheosis go. Fumes, Shiv, Skewer here. I could have shivved the other one. Heck. Thankfully doesn't matter. Because all out attack is here. As is Liquid Memories. I think we're going to be okay. So if I play the alt attack, this one is dead. These two are not. Take 16 damage. Doe's not currently weak, but I can go Blur, Defend, alt attack, Malaise. Doppelganger. I can even Liquid Memories something if I need to. No Malaise. Currently I take 10 damage. Could use a potion to prevent that 10 damage. This is the scariest fight. I'm gonna do it. Better to get the Blade Dance than the auto attack, kind of? Kind of. Okay. Now we can poison the crap out of Reptomancer. Now we just have to block for one turn. Or no turns, even. Actually. GG, lady. That wasn't too bad. Get a Molten Egg, so if we were to take an attack, it would be upgraded, which doesn't really matter much because of Apotheosis. Could take a Tactician to get energy if we discard it. Don't really have a lot of ways to targeted discard, just the alt attack. Dodge and roll's not bad with our decks, though. Should consider dodge and roll. In fact, I'll take dodge and roll. I'd like a second footwork to go with it, but oh well. Let's use Wing Boots and fight another elite here. Why not? More relics, please. We do have Survivor, that's true, but just Survivor. Alright then, fair enough. Please don't attack for 45 next turn. Thank you. Appreciate that one turn wait, sir. Made all the difference. We'll get poison down on this turn. And skewer again. $109 minus 59 is exactly 40. No, it's not. What went wrong there? Math went wrong there. Well, that's embarrassing. Any powers that can save me now? I guess not. Let's take the damage. We got a heal coming up anyway. And it's only 3 after all. Second Catalyst all but assures that we're getting where we need to go. Yeah, we're at full health. No worries. Never a problem, actually. And the Giant Head rematch, because why not? That block for next turn. Please and thank you. Sub goal reached, my goodness, it sure has been. That means we'll be doing some Slay the Streamer later today. Heck yeah. Get him, Catalyst. Wait a minute. Didn't work out how I wanted. But not that it, again, matters. No, Downfall's full release is coming in a week or two, so we're going to wait for that before we check out Downfall, since it's not quite done. It's not done yet. That's a burst, and that's a duplication potion. And now we have game-breaking territory happening. We have burst with Catalai, and we have a Duke Pot. And I guess I'll take an event, because it's actually just Jawworms anyway. Another thing Burst is very good with, Doppelganger, actually. Allowing you to do some truly hilarious amounts of energy generation if you want to. I have 12 energy this turn. Nice. And an awful lot of card draw. Poison you, auto attack you guys. Bounce a class. Easy. So Downfall is a essentially mod expansion for Slay the Spire. It's been worked on for quite a long time. A collection of characters, a new game mode, a lot of cards. And some delightful artwork. So it's essentially modded additional content for Slay the Spire, made through hard work of the community. We're going to be given a look at. Yeah, and the Hermit's been merged with it, which is pretty cool. I thought that was one of the better done mod characters. Bledgore, thanks for 3 months of support. I too am waiting patiently for BG3 full release, although right now I have Elden Ring to distract me. That's been going really well. Dander, thank you so much for 28 months of support. Let's go. I'm going to play BG3 on stream. Not sure. That thought can wait for a while. Let's bring us to 22. We are not blocking unless I liquid memories here. Which I guess I can do, because I have... I have Alchemize. And Burst, which means I can get 2 potions if I want to. Now, keep the buffer that way. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 needs a lot more time in the oven. And that's just fine. One of these skewers. Generally speaking, you'll see me go for Donu first in this fight. That's to stop the strength buffs that the donut does every other turn. But my poison. 29, so we basically take nothing. When to actually go for Deca, if you need to not draw a hand with daces in it ever, is the time to go for Deca. Or if your deck is better at scaling defense than it is at scaling offense, you might want to kill Deca first as well. But if you're only drawing 5 cards per turn, and you don't have any way to retain them or guarantee that you can actually see the cards you need, it might be wise to go Deca first. I think I'm going to double Crippling Cloud here. Should neutralize first. Oh well. And then double Backflip. Get a little bit more energy, some stuff. As much poison as I was hoping it might be. And that's also alright. Also go for Deca first if your Bouncing Flask decides that you're going to. That's the other situation where you might want to go Deca first. Bouncing Flask says you have to. Yeah, let's just get rid of Deca here. Keep that for next turn. Deadly Bouncing Flask next turn. That's a lot of poison, man. GG, sir. The double leg sweep. Alright, who's next? It's the Nerd Bird. There's Burst. Pass on Bursting Alchemize. Let's just kill a bird. We can't block this first hit. Deeply unfortunate, but you know how it goes. Maybe he wanted to burst that, but I don't think so. Turn will be a multi-attack. Thankfully, we have the benefit of the Captain's Wheel. Let's go Burst, Crippling Cloud, and then since I can't really play anything else, Burst the Doppelganger for 2 more energy next turn. Take a bit of damage here. Not much, though. And now we can finally play the footwork and stuff. And stuff. Good job, Bouncing Flask. Let's keep 1 Catalyst for the second phase of this boss and use 1 during phase 1 here. I think that's a reasonable choice. Also, I'm not going to play Noxious Fumes during phase 1. This boss, of course, when they die, revives because they are a big, stinky bird. Would have liked to burst the Malaise, but that didn't quite work out with our draws there. Just accumulate some block, please, and thank you. Alright, Nerdbird perishes here. Technically just do Burst, Bouncing Flask, Catalyst. How much poison is that actually? 24 times 9. It's not a kill here, but it's close. Do that next turn then. Times 9 is 270. Okay. 1 then. GG. Nice. But you know what? We still don't have any piercing whales. Whatever will we do? Whatever will we do? Burst is the card I've most been wishing has been upgraded so far before Apotheosis is drawn, so that's what my last upgrade will be. Shop says Hand Drill is here. Oh boy. There's Ink Bottle. Whenever we play 10 cards, draw 1. I guess that's fine. There's Power Potion? Power Potion with Apotheosis is okay. Definitely going to remove our well-laid plans here. Could take Panagraph as insurance, although not now that I've removed well-laid plans. Could take one more backflip. So I could take Dash, Backflip, or Prepared. Prepared is decent. We're getting hand-clogged sometimes, but not great. Alright, I'll just buy the Hand Drill then. Let's go. Welcome, Hand Drill, to the team. Because I wasn't going to buy anything. Our potion turn 1 here. I'm thinking about it. Do it. After image, 1,000 cuts or accuracy. Guess I'll go with an after image. Seems fine. Definitely not going to discard the deadly poison, so it's got to be one of the catalysts that goes for now. Shame to lose our buffer in this way. Even more of a shame to lose our life in this way. But wait, is there a way out? Seven times 8 poison is the best I can do? That's not enough. Well, then it seems we are defeated, my friends. To this draw. Not much I can do about it. Duplication potion? No, 56 poison is what we do with the duplication potion. I should have been more clear. The duplication potion will do absolutely nothing for us. Other than giving me 1 block. So it would be an egregious waste to use it here. Could do Blade Dance for a decent amount of block, though. I might do that. I guess that means I need to put the poison on the Spire shield. Okay. Ow. Okay. This is going well. Excuse you, 19 by 4? Hello? More like it's... Pretty screwed by the draw order here, I gotta say. But not too screwed, you know? Oh, double duplication potion, there might be hope yet. Might be hope yet. Said, I'm not sure how we block turn 2 apart. That helps a bit. 5 health might be better than 1, you know? Can't really use the Tori now. That's... Oh wait, we have buffer. That's how I block it. Allows it to be to death in case of emergency, but dupe pot though. I don't think it's the right way. That means we need to draw the malaise or we're just dead. Can't believe we never saw Piercing Well the whole run. That's true. Duping and defend is more than 5 health, actually, anyway. Dupe the footwork. Do I ever dupe Alchemize? I don't think so, but it's a fun little line. I think I'm going to be duplicating the footwork here. Could then dupe the dodge and roll? No, we're just going to really, really hope. Gotta be blur. Duplicate the footwork. Keep the other dupe pot for a catalyst. Then we go dodge and roll, fumes, 1 Alchemize. Gets me a power potion. Use that now. Big hit first, please. Thank you. Don't get to keep any of this block, so we might as well do as many poison applications as possible here. Now we have to draw Malaise, I think. Or at least weaken. Or burst backflip. That might work too. Now what? Burst the defend and then crippling cloud keeps me alive? But we failed to block in a reasonable time frame, though. Yeah, it's got to be defend crippling cloud. This gets played twice. Oh, but we're still a little short. GG. I had to DuPont the defend there. Dang. Ugh, what an ugly, ugly fight. But just all because of the draw order on Spear and Shield. That was really, truly unfortunate. Feels like we had just a little bit not enough here. Maybe one too many cards that didn't do anything immediately. I guess we can help, or we can partly blame that on Curse the Bell, but also the Blade Dance, the Heel Hook ultimately, but that was a transform. The All-Out Attack. I mean, I'm just pointing out all the attack cards that we needed to get through the early game. What could I have done differently here? Yeah, I really don't know what could have done to change that Shield and Spear turn 2. Maybe a Gambler's Brew? I'm not sure. Oh well. That means we get to play another Silent Run, but first... Actually, no, we don't, because we're playing some Slay the Streamer. We're going to slay some streamers. But first, I'm going to take a break. Refill the water, stretch the legs. When I return, it's going to be me against you, chat. I'm going to be playing a run with a character of your choosing. Chat's going to be trying to take me down by adding cards to my deck that they think are big stinky. And I'm going to be trying my best to win with the horrible atrocity of a deck that you construct for me. That's the name of the game. I don't remember what Ascension level we're on, Slay the Streamer-wise. Let's see if I can find that in the run history here. It should be on this save file. 15. Okay, so we'll be running on Ascension level 14 for our Slay the Streamer run, because chat's on a heck of a win streak currently. Mostly thanks to Velvet Choker. Well. And Act 2 elites, apparently. Alright, so you'll choose a character in chat while I'm away. And we'll be playing a run on Ascension 14 with Slay the Streamer. That's going to be the name of the game. I guess I'll boot up with Slay the Streamer before I go on my break here, so you can all look at the lovely, lovely starting thingy. I have to change all of the mods now. I have no idea if this works with map marks. Assume no. Hopefully everything else works. Oh wait, no, that's not going to work. Actually, wait, I know what could have made Spire and Shield a turn 2 better. Ring of the Snake. That's what. I actually really remember when last time I was doing exclusively boss swaps, I distinctly remember Silent getting killed in Act 4 a lot because of the lack of card draw. I think that's probably also why I overvalued Runic Pyramid. Without the Ring of the Serpent, it's not nearly as Ring of the Snake, it's not nearly as good. Slay the Streamer. Chat versus Baylor. Alright. That's all properly configured and captured. I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return, it's me versus you, chat. Good luck. Alrighty, folks, we're back, and it's time to get slayed. Let's see. What class ended up winning our pool? We'll be playing a run on Ascension 14 here. To sum up the rules for those who are perhaps new with the Slay the Streamer format, this is a mod to support a challenge format created here on the channel, where I play Slay the Spire against you, the chat. How this works is, I'll create my own starting deck of cards. I get to draft them from a set of 30, picking 10 to be in my starting deck. From there, chat has control over all of the card picks and all of the boss relics throughout the run, whereas I get to choose what happens during combats, during events, and at shops. Chat's goal is to see me slain by the Spire, and if I perish anywhere along the way, chat is the victor, whereas if I reach the heart and slay Act 4, I am the victor, and chat is slain. Every time I win, we increase the Ascension level by 1. Every time I lose, we decrease the Ascension level by 1. Currently, we're at A14. So it's going to be an Ascension 14 defect run against chat. Chat's the bad guys? No. I'm the bad guy. It's me. Always was. So, and that begins right at the start here. You'll get to choose my starting bonus by voting in chat. You'll type in # or hashtag 0, 1, 2, or 3 as appropriate to choose an option. In the event that you choose the boss swap, then I have to pick my starting deck before I'm allowed to see what boss relic I get. In the event that you choose removals or transforms, I choose what is removed or transformed. In the event that you choose a card reward, you get to choose the card. That's just how it works. Alright, with that said, here are the options. Chat adds a colorless card. I get a random common relic. I lose my very important money for max health, or I lose the cracked core and get a random boss relic. Good luck. Can you see the map? Yes. Looks like fairly tight with elites. Our boss is a big old question mark for now. Thanks for the money, hee hee. Oh, they want to give me a colorless card. And then he went infinite with forethought. Chat was obliterated instantly. Who knew? Alright, so chat chose a colorless card. Holy crap, these cards. Double Electro being offered as the rares. That's kind of cute. I really love what I'm able to create here overall. This looks fantastic. So you're telling me that I can go Electro, Ball Lightning, Compiled River, Cold Snap. There's only one Compiled River. Defragment. Self-repair? Probably. I could go triple Cold Snap if I really want the Frost Orbs. Maybe I do, actually. One charge battery, one steam barrier, no loop. That's what I've chosen, apparently. I like it. Get this man a reprogram. Or a Good Instincts, Impatience, or Purity. Gain 6 block, draw 2 if I have no attacks in hand, or allow me to exhaust other cards with the Purity. Those are your choices. Note that I have no Zap or Dual Cast, so these are my only orb generating cards. But I do still start with one lightning orb, the cracked core. Purity. Do I tell chat where I'm going to go? Do they deserve to know? Well, they deserve at least a little bit of insight into my decision-making here. My thought for Slee the Streamer, card rewards are terrible because chat gets to choose them, so I don't pick card rewards. I do still want relics, though. Oh, I can't highlight the map. Never mind. That did get disabled. All right. Well, it's going to be a bunch of events for you. You hear me? The Painbringer. I hear you. Good luck, you. To Krogzer. A valiant effort. But the self-repair heals all wounds that time would not otherwise assuage. Now choose, chat. One of these three cards. What an interesting set of cards. Glacier, Equilibrium, Storm. Quite a set of options. Glacier, yet more frost. Equilibrium lets me retain my hand. Or Storm is a lightning channeled whenever I play a power card. Currently 3 in the deck. Despus, thank you so much for 5 months. Yes, and skipping is also an option which chat seems to be taking advantage of today. No storm for the stormer. At least not today. To the shop then, where I can be allowed to buy cards if I want, and I will want to buy a card when that card is compelled river. Although I didn't take my third orb type. Buys another purity. Would chat be able to figure out what that even means? I don't know. I think they might lose it a little bit. Give me that donut. Delicious. Upgrade cards. Delicious. Give me a relic. Delicious. Oh yes. Twitch chat. Norbert Noodle. Prepare your timid self. Oh no, they say. Oh yes. I say. Oh yeah. Dear Norbert. Please destroy. Please be destroyed, rather. Better to Ball Lightning than a Cold Snap Plus, I have to imagine. Maybe he wanted to play the Purity there? All's good. He was trying. Now I have a Doodle. He. For each curse in the deck, we have 1 point of strength. This deck is really slapping right now. But can chat slow it down? That's the question. The chat knows what they want. And it's a claw. I didn't vote for Claw. Alright, what's the most important upgrade? We already killed Knob. I think that means I upgrade Electrodynamics and then Defragment. Give me that third lightning orb. It's not my claw. Yeah, there we go. Commence the zappening. Get in there, claw. The bleeding edge of fluctuating. Wait, this is 9. We just kill, right? With double cold snap? Yeah, we do. Get him, Purity. Well, heck, I seem to be obliterating everything. Now I have an ice cream. And a weak potion. And potentially one of these 3 cards. Which all kind of interact with ice cream in their own way. Steam Barrier's free, Charge Battery gives energy next turn, Aggregate just plain gives energy. But is adding a card better for chat than skipping? That's the question. Chat will have to figure it out. I won't tell them. Be too easy. They settle on skip once more. Okay. Now potions are here. 1 potion after every combat. What an amazing set of relics so far. However, chat gets to choose which act boss they think might have a chance against this deck. I'm actually curious what the vote's going to be here. Will it be the Spiky Guardian, the Toasty Hexaghost, or the Wibbly Wobbly Slime Boss? I agree, nobody's got good odds here. Though I have to say, with so many attacks, I think the Guardian would have had perhaps our best chance, although I don't think anybody's going to win. I think Guardian would do more damage than Hexaghost will, if only by a little bit. If only by a little. Hey, we've got a use for Purity here. Good. Winter, the exceptional Gremlin Knob, versus 1 unexceptional Defect. Go. Oh no, this is you're already attacking. Oh yeah, because we're on Ascension 14, so you're allowed to do the big attack first. How rude. Mummified Hand is here, letting me create a free card in my hand whenever I play a power card. This is getting ridiculous. Would you like to add a block card? And don't forget, a run to Slay the Spire is only ever 1 bad hand of cards away from disaster. There's definitely ways to turn things around. Blocking is cheating. You know, that's why I took 3 cold snaps, because I figured you guys might think this way. Rude. Just rude. I'm going this way. The least number of thingamajobs possible, please. Oh, man. Well, that's a heck of a shot. Gotta say, it's really hard to do better than Bag of Prep on Defects. Though orange pellets is definitely a thing. You'll ever fight a bias cog? Am I ever going to be able to get chat to give me one? I mean, if I buy the creative AI, I basically have a bias cog. I'm going to go with the card draw. Bag of prep and skim. Ooh. Are we fighting Hexaghost? I'll just take damage here. Lord of Heaven and Kneezus. Praise Lord Kneezus. Time Vagabond, thanks for gifting a sub to Zizzy. Welcome back to the Cozy Sub Club. Have some cards. Stack, Streamline, or Squeaklibrium. Build your own runic pyramid. Yoink. Guess I'll leave that deck spot on the ground. Hecaton the Dreamless. Not facing as many burns on this Ascension level. Bring it. Okay, power's down. Now there is only Claw. That's pretty cool, actually. I like it. Turns out it was a claw deck the whole time. Oh yeah. It's definitely a deck with a lot of card draw. GG. Duplication Potion is here. I'll take that over a skill pot, I assume. And potentially one of these cards. Fission, letting me remove my orbs to gain energy and draw one card for each orb removed. Multicast to let me evoke an orb multiple times. Or Creative AI to give me a random power every turn. With the Mummy Hand, no less. I think skipping's probably wise. Although I might have been tempted in your position to give me the multicast. Even though it does kind of work with what we're doing. It could ultimately be a card that ends up kind of a clog. Alright, now you also get to choose a boss relic for me. You'll be able to pick whichever one has the most debilitating downside, or failing that, whatever is the least helpful in general. Although you do have to pick one. You can't skip here. So will it be Coffee Dripper? Oh man. Coffee Dripper, preventing me from resting at rest sites, but giving me extra energy every turn. Runic Pyramid, allowing me to retain my hand every turn. Or Empty Cage, allowing me to choose 2 cards to remove from this deck. That's a tough spot to be in, chat. I'll just say that. All 3 of these are very good for me. Plain and simple. Is Pandora's Box removed from the pool? Yes. You will not see Pandora's Box in Slay the Streamer runs. But yeah, that was kind of a danged if you do, danged if you didn't situation. There was nothing chat could give me that I wouldn't really, really appreciate there. Pyramid was probably the best. Cage would have let me remove Streamline and / or Claw, and I've got Self-Repair for Coffee Drippers, so yeah. Still plenty of time for chat to turn it around, though. That's what I'll say. It's right here. Oh no, not an avocado. I can sure draw a lot of cards, huh? Dang. This is frankly ridiculous. And yes, this is a good reminder that we're not playing on Ascension 20 here, because chat usually wins this mode, even if it seems like I'm overwhelmingly powerful right now. Usually, chat is able to find cards that they're able to flood the deck with so as to punish me and break apart my effective strategy by the end of things. Zero-cost cards are the name of the game, apparently. Steam Barrier, Beam Cell, and Claw. He's gonna win, it might as well be a Claw win. You know? You're not wrong. Chat has occasionally turned Renegade and leaned into something. That's why one of our Slay the Streamer wins was a Dead Branch Corruption run, where chat was just like, okay, fine, have the Corruption. See if I care. Interesting set of options. I could give up my Duvu doll or my White Beast statue to Inloth. I suppose there weren't any relics I had that aren't good to give to him. Increasing the rare chance is not necessarily a good thing either, since I'm not allowed to pick the rares. Bye. Goodbye. Foul creature. Guess I'll go this way. Got a few more card rewards to deal with yet. Jeez. Well, that doesn't seem fair. How many rares are worse than the worst uncommons? Worst uncommons are pretty bad. It's definitely 5 or 6 rares that are pretty untakeable. Which ones are they, though? That's the question. Thunderstrike is pretty bad. Not that bad, though. Yeah, Thunderstrike would actually be kind of decent. Meteor Strike would be really good. Echo Form would be very good. Creative AI would be very good. Bias Cog would be very good. Core Surge would be pretty good. Hyper Beam could be bad. Amplify would be good. Kill him with card draw. That's the name of the game. Just kill him with card draw. Chris and Drathomir. The Responsible. The Mangler of Metaphors. What a title. Mystic would never attack me. How untowards that would be. Claw. Fire pot. Decent for an elite fight, maybe. Cool-headed leap plus or stack. When in doubt, give them an unupgraded common. That's usually a pretty good idea. But they haven't thought about the stack overclock synergy now, have they? I'll take this fire pot. Just bank a bit of energy. Yes, the Baylor Eyes. I'm confused. Help. Get in there, Stack. Perfect. Well, that went pretty well. Deck is absolutely clobbering Act 2. But will yet more cards help it or hurt it? They're just gonna build the claw deck for me? I like it. Scrape. Draw 4 cards, discard all cards drawn this way that do not cost 0. What cards do we have that actually cost 0? Purity, Claw, Overclock, currently. Intriguing. Very intriguing. I think we skim first. Yeah, that was correct. Look, Ma, no health. I'm gonna take the war paint before I look at the cards, because I don't trust you guys. Storm returns. There's also a Hyper Beam and a Sunder for big attacks here. Not courtesy of Inloth. Hyper Beam lets me do a lot of damage to all enemies, but does reduce my focus. Definitely feels like I don't need it for slavers. We just killed them instantly. Already. So, what is this doing for me? I'm not sure. More of something you're doing too well can actually be a bad thing in Slay the Spire. If it leaves you vulnerable to other things. Let's keep one energy. But if it's free, though... Ha! Wait a minute. Almost. A data disc gives me a point of focus to start combat. That's brutal, man. And an ancient potion to block the debuff from the Hyper Beam one time. Also offered an upgraded Rip and Tear, a hologram, or another unupgraded Steam Barrier. Poor gremlins getting obliterated out there. Just destroyed. Whatever you do, don't give him hologram. We've seen what he does with the holograms. He'll go infinite with one unupgraded hologram and a strange spoon. Just watch him. First we rip, then we tear. Singing Bowl would allow chat the option to raise my max health by 2. Not me, chat. You have to vote for this choice, so I'm taking the blue key. Because the Singing Bowl ain't no use to me. Alright, of these 3 foes, who is the most likely to be able to take me down? Will it be the gloating champ, the frankly overpowered collector, or a bronze automaton with that stinky hyper beam? Oh yeah, that's why Singing Bowl doesn't remove the skip option. It's for Slay the Streamer, of course. Why did I not think about that? Space of Diamond says, why is Collector OP? I think just 5 turns, at least on A20, 5 turns a week full and frail is way too nasty. That's too much, man. Well, heck. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not sorry. Not sorry at all, actually. I liked that. That was a good feeling. Didn't dupe the claw. Wait a minute. You're right. My mistake. Can it really be this easy? Not even playing self-repair out of respect for my foes. What's in the card reward? Turbo for energy. Go for the eyes to apply weaken. Or machine learning, a power that lets me draw additional cards. They say, we're not going to fall for that. They're not going to fall for it. Easy. Let's go attack pot over fire pot. Not sure if that's the right upgrade. Oh my god, there is the Strange Spoon. There's also another Claw. Does Strange Spoon actually do anything? It can save Purity for me. That doesn't seem helpful. But yeah, I'll take a Heat Sinks, I'll take a Claw number 3, and I will take... Streamline... Streamline out of this deck with the card removal. See you later, Streamline. Lantern also not bad, and I can still afford it. Especially with Bag of Prep Ice Cream, right? Tempting. I actually don't think I'm going to need that energy, though. Keep the money. That Streamline was a gift! We'll consider it re-gifted. It gave me Scrape Stack, the Absolute Maniacs. Deck so strong. Go Energy Potion over Attack Potion. Sounds good to me. And your choice of these 3 cards. Compile Driver for card draw, Equilibrium for Retain, or Sunder for Bonk. Or this could all change in the flash of an eye with something like Ectoplasm. Or not Ectoplasm, with something like Velvet Choker from the next Act Boss. Yoink. Card draw. Sato 7, the Bleeding Edge champion of the Spire. Look out, he's smorking. Smorking real good. Guess I should have played Rip and Tear, maybe? Nah, that's not important. Keep drawing. Almost at half health, not quite there yet. Now's the time. Keep going. GG. Chumped. Get lots of dollars. And now you may, if you so wish, add one of these 3 rare cards. Multicast evokes my orbs multiple times. All for one gets back all 0-cost cards. Or Creative AI generates yet more powers. I still can't believe the luck I've had with the relics on this run. Every single one of these relics has been spectacularly useful. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. Onwards. You also get to choose a boss option here, be it the nuclear battery, starting me out with a plasma orb, the busted crown, which lowers chat's number of choices by 2, or the slaver's collar, gaining an energy at the start of every turn. I do highly recommend anything over the crown for chat. When chat has only 2 options, they get very upset about it. It's okay. I don't think it's quite immediately obvious that that busted crown works in reverse for the Slay the Streamer mode. But common sense was had. They're all already upset. You know, that's true. Fair enough. Prasodia! Prasodia. Get him. Right, this is actually really good, though. Give me a freaking nuclear battery? I didn't even process that, actually. That is hype. Strength pots. I guess I could use these potions for something. Here's some takeable cards for chat. Darkness channels a Dark Orb, Streamline, deal 15, or Auto Shields gives me block if I have none. Guarantee you at least one of these cards is better than the skip button. For chat, that is. What's a chat? Taking that Streamline back at gunpoint, and then removing it immediately, also at gunpoint. Actually, no, I'm gonna go double event here. First, potions! Give me Swift Pot. And now, Reconati, Lunatic Beans, and Ratalik the Expansive unite forces to destroy me. They don't get very far. And having 3 additional energy on turn 1 with the nuclear battery making a huge difference here. How about some attack cards? Ball Lightning, Go for the Eyes, or Sunder? You'll be buried beneath the weight of our Sunders. I understand. Who made me so powerful? The Spire did, with the relics that were offered this run. It's really not chat's fault. And now, to the store. Could buy Toxic Egg to upgrade all future skills, but that's less impactful when chat is choosing the skills that are being added. Ancient Tea Set's pretty good with ice cream. Will no one stop this man? I mean, this reinforced body on sale seems like it's gotta be good. I'm gonna remove this Rip and Tear. Keep the rest of the money. Purple Fire Spirits. See you later, Hyper Beam. Thanks for the 10 max HP. Poor guys. Never stood a chance. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. That's right, I can do that. Blocking! Where's Boot when you need him, though? Lunatic Beans, more like Lunatic Burns. In hell. Ah, there's the Boot, of course. Right. Where else would it be, other than in Nemesis's hands? Alright, how about a charge battery, a hologram, or a white noise? The Spire just knows. The Spire just knows. They skip. Gotta say, adding another charge battery might have been the better choice there. Just to flood the deck with stuff. I don't know why I'm helping you. But you'd better appreciate it. Add cards, but wait, not those cards. Well, maybe one of these cards. To you. Is it worth it to give me focus? It's a dangerous thing to do. Although I do like having 3 orb slots currently, so I understand. But what if Runic Capacitor? You know? I barely even use my orbs. You know, you might be right, actually. Besides, what's the point of having 10 focus with 3 orb slots when I could have 14 focus in 1 orb slot? Hmm? Hmm? Exactly. Creamium, the cranium. I like it. Please do not cream your cranium. Heatsinks got discarded, I understand. There it is. Perfect timing, Heatsinks. Good work! Let's see what I just did. Unfortunate. Well, that went well. Now I have a point of dexterity. Maybe 3. And potentially one of these 3 cards. Leap for block, Cool-Headed for draw and orbs, or Cold Snap for orbs and damage. Maybe. Choose the most deadly. Who will it be between the Time Eater, the Awakened One, or Donu and Deka? Since we're not in Ascension 20, there is no second Act 3 boss. You only get one chance here to take me down before I enter Act 4. Well, it's definitely not the donut. I think they all agree. Skip. Don't give him a boss. That way he'll get no boss relic. Ha! Wait a minute. Tim Eater it is. And Creamium is back, this time as a corrupt transient. Keep my orbs for now. I need to upgrade that. Blocking. Card choices are Sweeping Beam versus Glacier plus Aggregate plus. See, why would I have bought the Toxic Egg earlier when we can just get offered upgraded skills anyway? Sweeping Beam it is. Well now. Another card duplication, you say? That's awfully convenient. But is it defrag? I don't think it is. Should have removed. Ah! Oh no, not the hand drill. My money. It's fine. I'll fight Suicycler, the nemesis. Can't get the boot from Nemesis this time because we came prepared. Bought my boot knife. Beautiful. Get him, boot. Yes. The bronze scales let me do more damage to the heart. Not that I needed the help, but here it is anyway. And one last card reward before Act 4 for chat. Will it be Electrodynamics, Compile Driver Plus, or Chaos? What a heck of a set of choices. Yikes. Chat told itself it must add cards, but then chat runs into helpful cards. What do you do? What do you do? You give him a chaos. And then he recalls. And then he slays the Time Eater. FBI's most unwanted Junior. Be overzealous. Guess I'll just use this right now. Mitigate some damage, play the claw. So only 4 cards next turn. Apparently these are there. I could use the Swift Potion, I suppose, but heck it, I'll just play all 4 of these. Heat sinks, where were you? Heck. Ouch. Well, I'm definitely taking a beating in this fight. Chat chose well. Although this draw order has something to do with it. Chat definitely chose well. Nom nom nom. Below half here. Already doing that currently. Good. More consuming. No, thank you. Get in there, Bronze Scales. You're helping. Boy, are you ever helping. $24 by 3. Uh-oh. Help. Boot, save me. Clear. 72, 41 plus 18. 59. Okay. But whose side are those suggesting the potion on? That's the real question. Do they want me to succeed by using the potion? Or do they want me to waste the potion? What's the actual line? Only I know. Well, maybe even I don't know. Do I heal to full after this? No, actually, we're at 71 out of 86, and I'm not allowed to rest. I am allowed to upgrade Chaos. Taking that. Alright, Jay Dublinson Jr. and Fidu Demo. Good luck to you both here in this, our penultimate of battles. bonk over there. Might be using the Swift Pot next turn. Well, actually... Do you know that I can draw a lot of cards? I just learned this. I take one. Not bad. Now I have a happy flower, hee hee hee, and your last chance to add a card for my deck, chat. Will... Good luck. Oh, man. What a run. What a run. Yeah, self-repair is not even bad. I think it's actually better to skip. Because the self-repair is potentially draw 4 and make a card in my hand free. But... we'll see. If I draw it before the heat sinks, it could be useless to me. I didn't. Beat it with only 1 on this Ascension level, too. My hand is full. And so is the Spire. Beautiful. Get him, boot. I'm gonna drink this. Stop here? Stop here. What do you got? Machine learning again. I'll take it. Of the orb variety. Block 2 by 15 this turn, huh? What's that? Okay, all the statuses are finally gone. At least all the ones that are going to go. Just the wound left. But my best draw is actually Wound and 1 Burn, because we didn't play Overclock, technically. Gonna be honest, I'm not sure this is enough. Although the claws are gonna start to put in some work here. They have to. Next turn's really gonna hurt. That means it's time. Time to electro-dynamize. Chat believes. Believe in their own power. Skip. Let's cut that burn at least. Cannot escape the heartbeat of death. 90 damage coming our way next turn. Oh boy, I think I have to kill next turn. Based on that analysis. So let's try to make that happen. This is now 6 by 15. I don't think I have a hope of blocking it. So it's down to the very edge. Two claws in a straight line. Should have duped the claw. Indeed, I should have. I think we're done here. I couldn't get the claws in my hand. Grape could only draw one. I think that's GG, chat. So close, and yet so far. Chat wins with 24 health remaining. G freaking G. So close. So close. So, Sacronos, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Slightly different draw order. I would have won that. So that's as ideal as it can be. GG. GG. Fistfuls of cheese, thank you for 7 months. Let's see, who was the winning viewer that brought me down? Arcolite. Arcolite, congratulations. On taking me down. Enjoy your gifted sub. And Llama Train, thank you as well for keeping it cozy for 9 months of support. GG. GG. All right, well, I think that requires then a rematch. Chat's gonna choose which character we play next. There we go. Well, that does mean I get to go down to Ascension 13. Ironclad Silent Watcher. Begin. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. Green Pay, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And Ferron Farah, thank you so much for 25 months of support. I will be back in just a couple of minutes when I return. We'll see who faces down chat next. Be right back, folks. All right, and we're back. A narrow margin victory for the silent courtesy of the Waffle Point bribe. I like it. I like it. All right, this will be Ascension 13, Baylor versus the chat. I get to pick my starting deck. From there, it's up to you, Twitch chat. You also get to choose my starting bonus. Transform 3 free elite enemies, which can definitely include an elite. Curse for max HP, or the good old boss swap. The Cursed Mango. Here's a look at the map. Lots of events and elites. Good. Well, kind of good. Bit odd. And this is definitely a run where you're trying your best to kill me. Me, the Lord of Baylors. Kill me. Select Acrobatics Terror. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more. Couple hilarious options. I think I'm gonna go Sneaky Strike, though. Let's try this. Not sure. I also get a Decay. Okay. Good. Let's call it good. Actually, a very good act overall. The Lord of Reptiles. Sneaky Strikes are more awkward than I expected. Well, it can sure draw cards. Okay, so that's what the deck currently does. Now you may modify it. Some very interesting moves from chat. Intriguing. I like it. Give me that Cloak and Dagger, block 6, gain a Shiv instantly. Jawworm, by the way, so joke's on me if I thought I was going to get out of those question mark rooms without another card added. Oh well. Now you may choose a Dagger Spray, an Outmaneuver for energy next turn, or a Crippling Cloud. Fun little set of options. That's right, choose the worst card. What has the best chance of killing me? Is chat going to Dagger Spray cards into my deck? Cripple me with a Crippling Cloud? Or are they outmaneuvering me by adding a card that doesn't even do anything on the turn that I play it, the outmaneuver? Never been a big fan of outmaneuver, although I begrudgingly admit it does have some utility here and there. And I'm curious if this deck will be that. Currently, I need upgrades pretty badly. But Act 1 is usually pretty generous in that regard. And one more dad joke for the crowd. What do you call the equipment the teacher uses? Tools of the grade. Sorry if that joke was degrading. Also, what the heck? More combats? Hello? That'll teach you to ask for dad jokes. It sure will. Teach me to try to fight two slimes. Think I can have it go well. Hello? This has gone terribly. Well, actually not that bad. Potion, and some damage cards. A die, a bouncing flask, and a poison stab are the 3 damaging options that are offered before you, chat. What do you do? All right, I see the plan. I understand. I'm just a man with 2 sneaky strikes. And a plan. And hopes and dreams. Another curse for money? But I've already got a curse, so no. Nice try, though. Oh, it was the right D choice. Foolish. Foolish. Heck. Should have taken his stinky deal. Apparently. Well, at least I don't have 2 curses. Or any curses. Okay. Yeah, no. 2 gold short of Will-Aid plans, huh? Okay. Yabby boy! Critical juice and HLR. Stand before me here. Terror is unfortunately useless in this fight. Unfortunately for me, probably supposed to acro first there. Yes, I definitely was. It's okay. This acro won't be able to play sneaky strikes, so let's not. This fight's fun. If this was 3 days per turn, I think I'd be a lot more in trouble here. But it ain't. Smooth Stone is going to help the block game. Quite a lot, actually. What about this? More damage cards. Although I wouldn't really call Cloak and Dagger a damage card. The block card that makes one sad shiv. The pinch of attack. A light dusting of damage. This card seems like it's nice, actually. Can this deck beat Gremlin Knob? Maybe. I think backup prep helps a fair bit. Additional cards. It's like double Ring of the Snake. A lot of cards. Now, choose your Act 1 foe. I have a strong guess as to who chat's going to pick here, but I'm curious if it's going to do what they think it's going to do. Or if chat's going to do what I think they're going to do. Or if I'm going to do what I think I'm going to do. I'm just kind of a curious person in general, I suppose. Don't play games with you, but that's exactly what you're doing with me right now. You're playing a game. With me. Well, I guess against me, but that's what we're doing. Fundamentally. Is it not? Just don't fight the Gremlin Knob. Easy. My expectation was the chat would choose Hexaghost there and try to burn me to death. I don't know if that would work. Curious how well Slime Boss will do. On low Ascension, I don't think he's going to be the terror that we're hoping, though. Hey there, Rickon. It was actually a photo finish for chat, believe it or not. Chat was victorious in the end. Well. Discard? Or dat card? I think very expensive 1 point of strength. I guess it makes the cloak and daggers slightly better. Very slightly. Which card would I have taken there? I might have taken Concentrate to try to do some kind of infinite with Expertise, Concentrate. That's not really going to work with cards Chat is adding, of course. But it's kind of a thought. Seven cards. Well, that would solve any Hexaghost problems I had, if I had any. Here's some more cards. Matakalu, thank you so much for 19 months of support. They really like the Cloak and Daggers. I get it. Bonus store? Footwork? The boot? Boot makes the Cloak and Daggers do more damage. I think that's all I'm doing. I suppose I could have taken some damage there, but felt unnecessary. +1. Got him. This. Then this, then this. Let me kill him this turn. My money! Some multi-hit moves here. Eviscerate 3 times, Bane 2 times with poison, or Dagger Spray 2 times to all enemies. All damage cards. Does Bane and Venom Akabeko work the way I want it to? I think so. This one's a tough choice. Gonna go with the footwork for now. The Envenomment play? No, not yet. Do footwork out maneuver. Give me the slime. It's only 3 on this Ascension level. Is that really a big deal? I don't think so. Gotta get rid of some of these slimed. 26 is half of 52, right? Yeah. No frail allowed. Oh, I should have just killed it instead of playing these slimes. Oh well. This is 3+1. That's a just barely kill. Perfect. GG. The stinky nerds. So far, this deck seems impervious to all harm, but will it become too slow in time? That's the question. Here's some choices for you. Unload, Die, or Storm of Steel. If you are so inclined to add a rare, here's your options. They like the shivs. Well, depending on what boss relics we see, that may or may not be helpful to me. What are the choices here? They are... Ectoplasm prevents me from gaining additional gold and gives me more energy. Wristblade means zero-cost attacks such as shivs do additional damage. Or the Hovering Kite gives me additional energy the first time I discard a card each turn. Only one of these has any downside at all, but what about the upside, which is energy every single turn? I guess it can't be worse for chat, that is, than the Hovering Kite. Gold is one of the best resources I have on these Slay the Streamer runs, so getting rid of it is a pretty good choice. Now they pray for thieves, because they are rude to me. Oof, that is a lot of combats. Actually, wait, no, this is good. Not going over here, though, that's for sure. This, yeah. Cupid, the corrupt. The corrupt. You can go in Venom, Cloak, Deflect, yeah. Rude. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. It's true, there are some things that I can do with setup. But only as long as a whole bunch more other garbage cards aren't added to the deck. For some reason, I don't anticipate that not happening. You know? Oh, I can use setup Sneaky Strike as an energy generator. That's true. That's pretty cool. Oh no. More combats. Help! Please send help. Yeah, we can use setup plus expertise for some theoretically pretty cool stuff. Let's maybe Envenom first. I guess I'm probably not going to use the Envenom. Stormed to death. Some choices: Sucker Punch, Sneaky Strike, or a well-laid plans. Those are the choices before you. Hey, sup guys, that actually is the rule. The chatter who slays me gets a gifted sub. And that's exactly what happened to... Oh heck, where's the name? It's exactly what happened to the last person who slew me. They got gifted a sub. Money? I can't use money. Arcolite, that's right. Definitely need the outmaneuver. Look deep into my eyes and see your doom. Let's try it. Still 3 costs. It's worth a shot. Yikes. Okay, now we're headed in the right direction. Infinite. Generation potion. I'm in Act 2 and I'm about to fight an elite? No, I'll leave that on the ground. Here's some more options. Dagger throw, acrobatics, sucker punch. Lots of draw and discard stuff showing up. What a shame to be unable to afford the paper crane thanks to the influence of chat in picking up ectoplasm. Guess I'll just have to console myself with well-laid plans reflex. These upgrades are pretty important, actually. Buying Ghost in a Jar is definitely tempting here for the late game. I like having the ability to remove a card, though. It's a tough choice. I mean, one of these ways gets me 2 elites. One of them doesn't. Okay. I don't know why I initially read that as Twitch forgot my coconut. But I totally did. Is there a way to get rid of the ectoplasm relic? Only if we encounter In-Law. He would let us get rid of it. Potentially, by feeding it to him. That's the only way. A very unlikely event in Act 2. Just a lot of crap cards I gotta play. Once they're played, we're in. Just playing them in the first place, the hard part. Beautiful. Whetstone. Good. Take that first. The power. Double sneaky strike upgrade. Yes. Behold. Behold the power. Now choose a card. That's twice as sneaky as before. So wait, is setup my next upgrade? No. Well, plans and reflex are. But I might upgrade setup at some point. Money? Ritual dagger. To get another card to add. Pretty difficult to get kills with it. I'll just skip it. I did the box. Art. Art of War. Although why they don't make art depicting calmer things like Art of Ocean or Art of Mountain, Art of Peaceful Town. No, why's it gotta be war? Also a boss choice or something. And yeah, if the Art of War is so good, why didn't Sun Tzu ever release Art of War 2, huh? What's up, Anthony? Okay. Isn't actually that much damage. Oh, actually it is, I guess. Cool. Good job, Storm of Steel. You did it. More upgrades. Backflip and Terror. You love to see it. Good. Good. But also potentially one of these three cards. Predator for more card draw. Deflect for 0-cost block. Or Poisoned Stab. Add some poison with the Envenom. Respect that choice. Proceed! In an abandoned temple, you find a giant book. It's a picture book. It's a picture of chat getting slayed over and over again by Baylor picking his own cards every turn. The Nilre's Codex, almost like cheating. Lets me add a new card to the draw pile every turn. You ignore the shrine. Sure. It's going weirdly. Grand finale. Good stuff. Hey chat, you want to add another outmaneuver to the deck? Do you? Time Eater is going to have a bit of a field day, huh? That's where the Nilre's Codex comes in. Surely. Please. Oh, perfect timing. Oh. Welcome. Perfect. Prepare to be collected, huh? Ooh. Wouldn't be so sure about that. In your position. Just gonna be real honest with you. Until you have 7. This draws 1. This draws 3. Grand. Thin ale. Now, if only I can get a grand finale during the heart fight. Would be pretty sweet, actually.
finish them. GG. Here's your card choices. Chat Nightmare to let me create copies of a card in hand. Alchemize to let me make new potions. Or Corpse Explosion to apply poison to an enemy and then kill all enemies when that enemy dies. Sure are some yellow cards, that's for sure. Take the Alchemize, then pick Sosu. Brilliant. All right. Chat chose not to add a card, but will they choose to add a boss relic? The answer is yes, because they have to. Here's the choices. Busted Crown gives chat less options. Coffee Dripper prevents me from resting, or the Velvet Choker limits me to 6 cards per turn, which is definitely going to make Storm of Steel pretty sad. And me pretty sad. In general. This will be tough. Burning Elite is here, so this. Chat solved Time Eater for me. Why, thank you, chat. How generous. Oof, being unable to play the shivs, that hurts. Awkward. Wait, don't poke you. I'm afraid that's not allowed, sir. Okay. Choker versus Codex. Who wins? The viewers win. Anybody who wants entertainment. That's who wins. And it's all the worse knowing that Paper Crane will never visit us ever again. Tragic. Truly tragic. Proceed. Frost Jankle and Bringe. Got a Bringe to sell you. Get a rare relic if I win, which is actually almost assuredly a loss here to these two, now that I think about it. So yeah, I'm out of here. Upgrade. The footwork. Suicycler's back. You are not crazy, Mega Christ. Indeed, the double orb walkers was an elite fight in the Spire for quite a while. Before the defect was added, Reptomancer was the one that was missing. This pour out maneuver no longer does anything. Tough times. Some cards. Fluffy Mittens, thanks for gifting a sub to Frost Yankle. Good old days of double Gremlin Knob. But what about double Mystic Snecko? Does anyone remember that fight? It was only ever on the beta branch. They never moved it on the main branch because it was ridiculous. But there was a time when double Mystic plus Snecko was an encounter in Act 3. Oh, this is going to be bad. I'll tell you that already. Oh boy. Secret. Speaking of old Spire mechanics, actually, here's a secret related to your very being. Did you know that the exploders in Slay the Spire worked differently in the past? Rather than counting down to an explosion, they worked more like the spikers, where they had an explosion value that they increased over time, and they did that explosion value as damage to you when you killed them. So you could be in a situation where the exploder was going to kill you when it died, but you were kind of in control over when that happened. So you've just got this enemy sitting over there that says, when this enemy dies, deal 30 damage to you. And you're like, okay, I can only block for 15, now what? And I think they changed that because it was a mechanic that encouraged not killing the enemy and making the fight go on longer. That's probably why they changed it, if I had to guess. The heck do I do with this turn now? Poison Stab. Only Boot were here. Expertise. Order. But I wouldn't have drawn that without a different order. Ugh. Awkward. Okay. Oh no. Can this deck beat Giant Head? I don't know if this deck can beat anything anymore. Last act, it could beat anything. But now? Now it's just a sad, miserable shadow of its former self. Can this deck beat Jawworm? There's no way to know. I bet it can't beat 3 of them. But can it beat a 250 health Nemesis? That's the most important question. Answer may surprise you. It's no. Remember that boot? Tragically, yes. I do remember that boot. And that boot remembers me. So we go footwork, deflect, terror, sneaky. This. I was just thinking I didn't put Envenom in play. Cool. Get him. More max HP? I guess I didn't take any damage to that Burning Elite. That's not the outcome I expected. Truthfully. Here, have another card. It's an interesting set of options, too. Deadly Poison. Almost ended up with 2 well-laid plans there. Kind of interesting. Timo the Delightful. I call him. Oh, it is so on. Yes. Our maneuver went from the best card in the deck to the worst card pretty quickly there. Kind of funny, actually. No curses. A little bit more. Let's block that. Okay, we're through the fight. Only a few more to go, hopefully. Let's see, what's a card I remember? Oh yeah, old Alchemize. Alchemize used to be a card called Venomology on the Silent. And what Venomology did was cause your poison to go up instead of down at the end of the turn. Sounds cool in concept, but in practice it was actually just kind of a worse Noxious Fumes. And so, Venomology was banished to be replaced with our potion card. Just think of how many well-laid plans chat could have given me. Does Alchemize work with Sozu? No. You will not be able to get potions. Do not recommend, personally. You're late, Omomori. Alright, go ahead and pick Time Eater. I dare you. Do I double dare you? No, it's only a single dare. I'm not going that far. Actually, Dono Deca would be very dangerous as well. Maybe even worse than the Time Eater for this deck. No plated armor, though. Caltrops for damage. Actually. Okay. At least I get the full countdown of Giant Head. Instead of the shortened countdown he uses on A20. Save me, Art of War. Sweet flask. Get him, Caltrops. You got this. Slow and steady wins the race. I guess I'll take another footwork. Goodbye. Uh-oh. GG. Whew. Pantograph for some healing could be useful. That was the last elite I have to beat. And now, Blade Dance. Thanks. This is not an upgrade all. The free full heal, actually. Okay. That will definitely help against Time Eater. Sure. Yeah, I've got Pentagraph. Actually, I would have healed from the fight, too, but I don't want to give chat another card reward, I suppose, is my ultimate strategy here. Get the Deadly upgraded as well. Maybe should have upgraded Acrobatics. Oh well. 'Tis what it is. Don't know if I can actually play 6 cards per turn, either. At least we don't get slimes added. Ah, company. Not frail, at least. Don't like that I had to do that. Yes. Piercing Whale, please. Save me. Yes. Wow, that's a hell of a choice, actually. This one. Foolish, foolish. Wait a minute. Rude. Slowly but surely. This is how a victory is made. GG. Mr. Time Eater. Whew. Actually, not sure whether that would have gone better or worse against Onudeka, actually. The grand finale might have bailed me out either way. That said, how about at that Act 4? Don't think my odds are exactly good. So, this could be a little ugly for me, you know? Well, a lot ugly for me. I will personally be happy if I can just beat the elites. Anything beyond that is a bonus. This needs to get in play. 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Don't get to keep any of that. Let's go! Good luck to all the combatants. Win or lose, this is for all the marbles. Should have done Akabeko Dagger Spray, I think. The Hokey Pokey. Two more. Ouch. Gotta go for the spear first, because I just don't have the damage to get through the block that the shield has. So we have to accumulate. We're supposed to turn that way. It's fine. Right? Yeah, kind of. Also, gradually losing strength here, which is definitely not helping the damage situation. Much. No sucker punch. Very unfortunate. Okay, I said the goal was to beat these two, right? I'll take it. I will heckin' take it. One damage. If shivs reach the point where they do 0 damage, they'll also not apply any poison. Fun fact. The Blurricade. Quick! Nothing. Just nothing. But we're alive. We have 50 health going into hearts. And at the very minimum, the opportunity to survive for a little bit. Oops. Trying to talk. Blue candles here. And chat may add one last card to the deck. That's right. If I win, you each have to give me one sub. That's exactly correct. A meatball sub? I'll take it. A sandwich is completely acceptable. Double that maneuver. I do have to say, my odds don't seem like they're great, do they? Let's see what I can do. At least I get 4 powers down on turn 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what? That maneuver seems useless. Good luck to me. Certainly I need it. No caltrops yet either. Big old 45. What can we do? 1, 2, 4, 5. Gotta be 6 here. Barely survive. Nightmare. Alright, Nilry's Codex, now would be the time. What do you got? You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Okay. Goes what? Cloak and Dagger, Nightmare on the Wraith form, then Sneaky Strike, then Wraith form. Right. Go to 6. Go to 3, stay at 3, go to 0. We are losing 1 strength per turn. This is true. I don't want to play this yet. Need the dexterity, technically. the aggro. Sneaky Wraith Raid. Deck's going down real fast, though, is a bit of a problem here. One has to admit. Too intangible. Backflip plus, perfect. That's pretty close. If I lose by the 2 hit points that I could have saved in the other fight, that'd be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? These 4 decks. Don't know what to do. Wait. You'd be able to survive at least 2 cards next turn, yes? I think I failed then. Just barely. Just barely. Do I not get there? Although, wait. Piercing Whale? Wait a minute. Piercing Whale. That could be it. Multi-hit? Oh, but it's the wrong kind. No! So close. So close. Deflect does nothing. Ah. Oh. Wow, that was so close. I don't think the 2 hit points mattered. Doesn't look like it. Dang. Sucker Punch Piercing Whale. That's not how it works. GG. Very GG, chat. We fall again just barely to the heart. These last couple runs really highlighting just how much of a jump in difficulty Act 4 is compared to Act 1, 2, 3, no matter your ascension level. GG. GG. So close, even with the Velvet Choker. That was a good run. That was a very good run. Indeed. Onashi! Congrats. But you're already subbed. That means somebody random gets the gifted sub. Who's it gonna be? Welcome, Kakambo, to the Cozy Sub Club. Cheese Demon, thank you so much for 13 months. The Baker's Dozen and Sambo Steel, thank you for 15 months. The Baker's Dozen. Meanwhile, Calibros, thanks for 7. Alright, I've got one more round in me. And I'm choosing the class this time. It's going to be the Ironclad on Ascension 12. But before I do that, I'm going to take a break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we'll do one last run of me versus you and see how it goes down. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we return. Thanks for that patience. Now, we engage in one final round of Mono a Chateau. Ironclad versus the disorganized mob known only as Twitch Chat, where Twitch Chat makes all of the choices, and I try not to die. To start, you may remove a card from my deck, from my chosen starting deck. 3 random potions, damage for money, or the good old boss swap. And that looks like what they're choosing. No burning blood for me. Gonna be something spicy. Yeah, time to make a choker-proof deck. I've learned my lesson. Except the problem is you're making my deck. So that's a bit awkward. Ooh, Feed Reaper. No strength, though. What if I make a Rampage deck? Is that a thing? Yeah, actually. Let's try that. We'll go Shrug. Shrug. Burning Pact. Rampage. Feel No Pain. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. I choose this. Oh, I was supposed to take the headbutt instead of the pommel strike. This is fine, though. And a coffee dripper. I can no longer rest at rest sites, but I have a base of 4 energy per turn. I think that's going to serve me pretty well, actually. Choices. Well, we can certainly block. Shockwave, Shrug, or Anger. Interesting set of 3 cards here. I think the Shockwave is the most obviously good card here. All of them seem like they're decent. Even this Anger. It'll be at least good in the short term, if not the long term. What about the long term? Remove Rampage. Tempting. So I could just remove Anger here. Not gonna, though. To keep my money. Crunch. Tasty. What do you got? Beetle of the deck. No card too unworthy. No attack too common. How about these? Strength scaling cards without the strength. Oof. Probably gonna work though. What about status scaling cards without the evolve? Hard to go wrong with either, right? Heavy Blade's not even a card I can improve by upgrading. That's pretty sad. But what if I gain strength, huh? What then will you do? Surely I'm going this way, right? Sure. Hit me with it early. 14 damage. How convenient. Perfect. More cards. There's no armaments in an armaments. Rage Get. Guess I'll do that. Ooh, great fight for Feel No Pain. That's for sure. Behold the rugged, the power, the handsomeness. boot thingy. My favorite one. Perfect. And a body slam, a perfected strike, or a havoc. Note that I currently only have one card that says strike, so this does 10 damage for 2 energy. Counting itself. It's a classic one of. And an ironclad chat deck. Good old do-nothing card. Upgrades to 12, that's true. Very OP. Must-have card draw. I'm even more of a boat now. That's going to help me a lot. Free block on turn 2 and turn 3 is going to provide significant mitigation for free in almost every situation. Now choose your boss. Who will it be? The Ghost. You got it. 75 gold, huh? That said, good face, bad face could be really good for me. Especially the money face. Especially the money face. I gotta risk it. What do you got? Caw. Blessed run. Get. Small elites. Feels helpful. Twin strike. Akabeko doesn't really work with anything. Sure. Take the insect. Schmoll. The schmollest knob there ever was. I will eat him. Delicious. Now, Tungsten Rod, further reducing the damage that I take under a wide variety of circumstances. The Emerald Key, and your choice of one of these 3 cards, chat. I know what I'd pick. One of my Ascension 20 Slay the Streamer victories involved like 4 copies of Dark Embrace on Ironclad. That was a fun time. Caw. Okay. Delicious. Another armaments, a Searing Blow, and a Thunderclap. How fascinating. Be careful what you give him. That's all they'll say. What does it mean? Ooh, shouldn't have gotten rid of that. Interesting. Two books. Drop kick, exhume, or iron wave. Good old iron wave. 3 very different cards, 3 different rarities, too. Oop, there we go. Just had to close the window real quick. Yoink. Okay, made it to Hexaghost. Man, what an Act 1 it's been. Heck it. Let's see what we can do with this. I'm gonna take a lot of damage next turn, huh? It's a bit spooky, actually. Gonna beat the rampage in this fight. It's getting stronger. Stronger and stronger. But is it actually any good? That's the question. Because technically Rampage is also getting stronger. We're actually not going to play it, though. I figure. GG. Here's some card options. Offering, card draw, energy, self-damage, brutality, simply draw and self-damage, or berserk, giving me more energy and making me vulnerable for up to 2 turns or more. You had to know they were going to pick berserk. Does Brutality Tungsten Rod work? It works in that we get 1 draw every turn, but we take no damage. Which I would describe as working. Yes, they're good together. Wouldn't say we do this every week, Arthur AoE, but we do it on a regular basis whenever the sub-meter below my face fills up. So once a month or so, then we have a sort of community day with runs just like this one. So choose the worst option. Mark of Pain gives me wounds and energy. Snecko Eye gives me draw and confusion. Or the Runic Dome gives me energy and the inability to see what my foes are doing. They've all got upsides and downsides in their own way. Chat's going to opt to blind themselves. Much respect. Onwards. Got a lot of health here in Act 2. Got a lot of... Ooh. That's the Primo path. Only 1 elite though, huh? Doesn't matter. Must avoid card rewards as much as I can. Good news is I have 5 energy now. In a regular run, I would 1000% have gone with the Snecko Eye there, for surezies. All these high-cost cards. Helps me draw the feed and the Searing Blow more reliably also. So yes, definitely Snecko Eye there. Would have been my pick. Chomp. Or Berserk. That was the Swift Potion. Here's some card rewards. Although, in a world where I'd taken the Dark Embrace, I might have been able to justify the additional energy of Runic Dome. But this was never a regular run, so who knows? Attention 12. Oh. Convenient. Is that a Rampage Plus, I see. Sure is. Guess all the options are ultimately attack cards here. Mayhem? Okay, I have to lose something, and I'll lose the card I added myself. Rampage. Be gone, Rampage. A card of my choice? No Dark Embrace, but... Flom? No, we need this True Grit, I think. Satisfying. Bye. Tempted to try to play Berserk here, but there's no point. How's it going, Bear? Grab 'em, they say. To eat you? Uh-oh. Well, that's just not above board at all. 14-16, that's a clean kill on Romeo. Romeo must die. Eat the bear. Delicious. Hey, that worked out pretty well. Now, I didn't lose all my money. Now, enemies are weakened on turn 1. I'm a chunkier boy. And... cards. They'll both be stronger. Good. They're gonna have a strike deck even if they have to go on strike to get it. It's the last thing they do. Upgrade-wise, how many... Oh, the Searing Blow. Not it. Let's get the True Grit upgraded. Fit my bowl. 3. More dangerous than Fit my bowl 1 or 2. By a significant margin. Attack me, I dare you. Try again. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Oh dear. There has been an oopsie. Wizard has to die next turn. Ouch. Yikes. Ow. Guess it all worked out in the end, though. Sad I had to use my power potion there. But Grum Leader with Runic Dome is pretty scary. Sad timing for a Maw Bank. Do they keep him coming? That's the question. How many is too many? And is there such a thing at all, actually? The perfect deck. All right. Oh. Good. Potions replenished. Sapphire key get, and now Twitch chat chooses a boss. Will it be the Dastardly Champ, the Laggardly Collector, or the Liar, the Bronze Automaton? Who shall it be? Dome Collector pretty spooky, Dome Champ also pretty terrifying, quite frankly. Although boat thingies will help a lot. Heck yeah. The Collector it is. Calibers would be okay here. Dupe the Feel No Pain. Yeah, it's gotta be Dupe, Feel No Pain, and another True Grit. Feels right. Snack! Beer laden. What a name, what a player. And I guess the goal of the deck is never draw the same card twice. Essentially. I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'll do it on my own terms. Heck. Ouch. Ooh, a fairy in a bottle. If I would die, heal me to 30% with this much health. It's gonna be a yes. And potentially one of these cards. Burning Pact to let me exhaust and draw. Dual Wield makes copies of something. Or Blood for Blood. Gets cheaper when I lose my blood. Blood. All right. Why not? The perfect strategy. Timeshare? I don't have enough of my own time. You expect me to share it with you? Sorry, kid. Not gonna happen. Contractually obligated to vote for offering. I like it. At least somebody's got me. Somebody's got my back. Any boomers? $87 health and a fairy in a bottle versus Collector. Also, I'm playing Berserk. Good luck to me. You can't beat him. Eat him. I'm gonna lose anger too. You forgot to attack while I was vulnerable, fool. How could you? Ow. Kind of a sad turn, huh? Okay. Ah! 'Twas all a waste. Ow. But this is the last turn of Vulnerable because this is low Ascension Collector. Hooray! It's working! Somehow. Badly. Here we go. Progress. Rampage does 84 damage. Get rid of it. It's too good. Well, that was silly. I definitely wouldn't call that good. That was, what, 10 turns to kill Collector? Something ridiculous. Slow, but steady. Now I'm offered a big bonk, the bludgeon, card draw every turn, brutality, or retain my block with barricade. How is he even alive, let alone how is the fairy still here? The sheer power of exhaust. That's how. 2 True Grits, putting in all the work during that fight, turning a deck that couldn't win into a deck that could. Interesting surge of votes for Barricade there. I think Barricade would have been very nice to help me with the Runic Dome and the block relics especially. But what about relics? Velvet Choker gives me more energy but limits me to 6 cards per turn. Calling Bell gives me a unique curse and 3 additional relics right now. Or Runic Cube gives me draw whenever I lose health. It's going to be a 6 energy run. It just might be. Ironclad tends to feel a lot less crippled by the choker than the other characters do, but still prevents shenanigans like Corruption Dark Embrace from working properly. Oof. Yeah, that looks fine or whatever. Wait. Oh yeah, just 3. Okay. A call. 7 energy. Perfect timing, bludgeon. Bonk. Wait, my feet. It's alright. Oof, okay. Havoc choker. Oh. The synergy. It's time to spin the wheel. 300 gold? Blood. Uh-oh. You lose. Slash the crazy gremlin, but he is simply too quick. My carefully cultivated hit points. No. Quit hitting you? How about a bonk instead? Enjoy. Sensing a pattern here. Could end the fight, but I could keep digging for feed. And I will. You too, buddy. There we go. Delicious. Feel no pain plus, Trogrit, or Perfected Strike. I love these options. All things we already have in the deck. That's 5 Perfected Strikes, right? That is. You'll take out Perfected Strikes and you'll like them. Just think they might actually do damage now. Oh dear. Be gone. I knew I was going to lose my feed, too. That's why I didn't want to use it. You know? Just staying one step ahead of the game. Easy. Is it too late to go infinite with dropkick? Might be a little late. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Thanks. Might as well. Can I even beat Giant Head? Not sure. I know that I can't keep the feet around for this fight. That's for sure. Incorrigible. Countdown's over. Getting beat up time now. And boy howdy are we ever. Getting beat up, that is. Please, you have to stop. I don't know, Giant Head, you tell me, why am I still here? When I have so little hope of survival. There ain't no bottle, gone. Hit points, gone. Boat thingy, achieved. Real gone, thank you so much for 2 months. Tick-tock. We're at a block. Odds are really not looking good, based on that fight, for really anything moving forward. Too many cards. Flintlock says this deck is a very good demonstration of why you don't want too many attacks in the late game of Slay the Spire, especially Act 3, because you will just fall apart. I don't think this is gonna save me, but I'm trying. Too, buddy. Art of War, more like Fart of War. Is playing Havoc as the sixth card with Choker still exhaust the top card? I actually don't remember. Truth be told, I do not know. to live. Yes. Whew, okay. Definitely getting sketchy, though, with only 29 health remaining. And one of these cards. Hoxie says, oh, well, here's the thing. Hydroxy says, does playing Havoc as the 12th card as Time Eater play the card or exhaust it? Great question. However, you've phrased your wording incorrectly because it's neither of those things, actually. If you play Havoc as your 12th card against Time Eater, then the top card of your deck is vanished from play. It does not go to the exhaust pile. It does not go to the discard pile. It does not go to your hand. It does not go to the draw pile. It just vanishes without a trace. And nothing can get it back. It's kind of weird. So I don't know if the same thing happens. Sounds like a bug of some sort? Yes, almost assuredly it's a bug. But that is what happens. It's not gone forever, though. It comes back after the fight. It's just gone for the Time Eater fight, just to clarify. Bonk. Must kill spikers. Ideally with feed this time. Still remember how to eat things, right? This is not gonna work though. Ow. Double ow. I guess. Well, so much for feed. Or almost. I have 12 health. And one of these cards. Villareza, thank you so much for 15 months. How the time flies. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. Clash. We chose Clash. And then he died. Oh, or did he? Early barricade might be our saving grace in literally every fight. Bit risky here. Yeah, that was a bad choice. Had to do it though. Am I dead? Ah! I am. GG! We're down for the count in front of the maw. Slain most ignominiously due to having a 38 card deck with a bunch of crap attacks in it. Ultimately, all of this stuff just weighed me down way too much. to be able to get through in the end. GG. Really needed that Dark Embrace, felt like. GG. Who's the winning cheddar there? Dismal failure. So congratulations to Jermoni Granger for taking me down, for slaying the Spire. Love that name. What a name, what a player. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Thanks for playing. So V-Snipe says, would it be unwinnable if everybody picked skip every time? The choice of cards that I get at the very start means that I should be able to win in the Slay the Streamer format if chat were to skip every single time. And then a few cards added from shops, maybe a couple removals. I could often assemble an infinite combo if chat were to skip every single time. That'd be pretty tough. Either way, those were some fun Slay the Streamer runs, all the way down to now Ascension 11. Curious where we kind of equilibrate at about 50% win rate, if we ever do. We will be back to the Spire tomorrow with some regular runs back at ya. And of course, we'll be back to this Slay the Streamer when once again the meter below my face fills up. Let me reset that right now, actually. For a long time, we did Slay the Streamer exclusively at Ascension 20. I decided to change the difficulty level with losses to try to get a closer balance between myself and chat. But we used to play A20 all the time, and I did still win that occasionally. There it is. Success. Perfect. Thank you for tuning in, Ivy Blade, Physiclo, Still Dead Inside, Failey, Chunt, Bean, The Real Evab, Wenchani, Burned, Skyphus, Indignant Possum, Shayland, and everybody else. GG. See y'all tomorrow. Till then, toodaloo, good night. Stay cozy, friends. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.